Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone, to the Monday edition of the stream. It is the 13th of April. Gee, that was quick. We have taken a week off for the Easter break, and we're now back to reality. And yeah, I've been having a pretty, I guess, restful week, trying to take some time away from Insignia while preparing, I guess, the rest of my year. I've been out and about, being very busy, doing lots of things, catching up with family, watching films, and going to out of town and doing bits and pieces like that. And I'm just getting over being sick, but I'm pretty much done with it. It wasn't too bad, but I might be a little low energy today nonetheless. You can probably hear it in my voice even. What else is new? We have team meeting today, a little bit later, in about 20 minutes. If you're in the chat right now, how was your little break? Maybe you didn't take one, but your break from me. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who is in chat from Twitch and on YouTube. And a big thanks most of all to Jinxie Jinx for the most recent follow and Glyco for the most recent subscription. You might also notice that I am wearing what I think will be the first official run of Insignia merch. I'm pretty excited about this, actually. I'm really into it. I think we've done enough proofs. I've had like 3 separate deliveries now, and I've been sort of going through just variations, and I'm quite happy with this one. The design on the back, the logo on the front, I think it's really cool. I also love this long sleeve tee. But yeah. So today, let's talk about what we'll be getting up to. Well, last stream, we talked a lot about, I suppose, just me, my tendencies as a developer, and the kinds of things that I want to be doing on the way to the next kind of phase of development for Insignia and beyond. Our only religious holiday is Christmas. That's crazy. In Australia, Easter is actually like almost a bigger deal than Christmas. Like on Good Friday in Australia, all of the shops are closed. It used to be like every Sunday all the shops were closed. But now, not even on Christmas are all the shops closed. But on Easter, they are all closed. Yeah. It's like it's not only Easter, like, it's not, because there's the Sunday, right? In Australia, Friday you get off, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday you also get off. So it's like a 4-day weekend, and Australians get all excited about it. It's bigger than our like National Day. It's bigger than Christmas and Boxing Day. It's the biggest holiday, I guess, because we don't have a 4th of July, and we don't have like a winter holiday. We only have our summer holiday, which is when Christmas is. So I guess Easter in Australia takes the role of like a mid-year holiday. We have Australia Day, but it's like, usually it's just like a one-off. It's not as like, I don't know. It's not like, I guess it is a big deal. It's like, I guess it's a 4th of July kind of thing, but it's not, you know, you guys have like Thanksgiving, and you have Black Friday. You have all these like things that we don't really have in Australia. There's not as much like national attention to holidays outside of, we have like Anzac Day, which is like a Remembrance Day kind of thing. But yeah. We also celebrate the Queen's birthday. Well, you would think that Protestants would celebrate Easter. Anyway, so, yeah, I've been kind of back on a bit of a get my life together kick in the last little while. I went to the doctor and got some blood tests, and they were like, you need to cut down your cholesterol. And I had just started getting into exercising. But then, like, because Easter is crazy in Australia, like, you get so much chocolate in Australia. Like, hey, Leo lol, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, like, I went from like having no chocolate in the house to having like a bag just full of chocolate eggs. So yeah, I don't know. My diet was disrupted by Easter. I literally just finished it. Over every day I was eating chocolate for the last not 12 days, but whatever it was, 8 days. Do Americans not do chocolate eggs at Easter? It's like rampant in Australia. I guess because we don't have Halloween. Okay, you do it. All right. So, alrighty. Let's talk a little bit about the plan for the week. Maybe even like long-term stuff really quickly before our team meeting. So, bird's eye view of where the project is at and what my moves are for the next little while is we have, let me just like write it down for you even. So in Adam C. Eunice strategy, business life strategy, slash calendar. What's coming? What's up next for Adam C. Eunice? That's better. That's more human. So, a few things. One, Altfest is this weekend. So is Ludum Dare. I've decided, though I am absolutely desperate to do a new Ludum Dare, I've decided I won't do it. I'll be going to Altfest because Alt is it's new or newish. The inaugural Altfest was last year. It's local, and we've got some really cool guests coming. And I just think it's important that I make an attendance and go to it. Shuhei Yoshida is going to be there. Billy Basso is going to be there. Chara Lanazard is going to be there. That's Alana Pierce, who was ex-IGN, ex-Sony Santa Monica. It's going to be pretty stacked. They do pay you if you're demoing, and I demoed last year. But I didn't want to. You can't demo every year with the same game. So maybe next year. So I'll be attending Altfest at least. I also have something up next. Oh, what's the week after? I think there's something else coming up after that. One sec. Shush you. Actually, okay, nothing coming up after that. Oh, but so this is next weekend. There's also some stuff I'm being very mindful of, which is we need money. So chapter 2 dev is like team scheduled dev is coming to a close. So basically that means the team that the team who I'm meeting with in 10 minutes, their schedules are almost complete for chapter 2. So the asset side of chapter 2 in terms of animation, music, sound effects is it's mostly up, as is the budget. So my company up on hill, pretty desperate for some cash. I need more resources before we can do anything. I'll obviously still be streaming. I'll still be making YouTube videos. I'll still be working on Insignia. But in order to have like the team on board, we need more funding. And that funding, there's no like direct, I don't know, like a direct answer, but I did last weekend, this last week, I've been reached out to work on a project with the same people who hired me for the archaeology game. They're interested in bringing me onto a different museum project that would pay me pretty well, but it wouldn't afford the team for the next chapter or the next indefinite work for Insignia to be complete. So I'm considering taking that on. Short term, not like no more than a couple months, part-time, so it wouldn't disrupt the stream. We might even do some stuff of it on stream, but it's just a pretty good opportunity to do something that I'm quite good at with people that I like working with, and it pays pretty well. So that work will not be accessible. That's one you'll have to go to the museum to see, because it's going to be it's a pretty cool project. And it's by definition very bound up in the museum exhibit. So it's game related. It's technically a game, but I won't be making it solo. It would be more of like a 5 or 6 people working on it. And I'd be doing mostly the technical development. So figuring out rigging animated assets and the art style and environments, that kind of stuff. So there's that. Let's turn, is the volume okay for you? Should be okay. It's just a little loud for me. So beyond that, I also want to get the merch out. I'm wearing the merch right now, the current run, and I really like it. So I think I'm going to let that launch this week or next week. I just want to do a double check on the website to make sure that everything's nicely designed and will be enjoyable for you to browse. And maybe even the prices. We could do some maybe double checking that the pricing is decent. So that's going to happen. And then I'd like to work on Scene Graph. I'd like to distribute that in the next couple of months, if I can, for this money problem. There's also the concept maybe of us doing I'll be reaching out to publishers. There is the Great Grey Boxing, which is happening for Insignia. And there's also the concept of a Kickstarter. So all of these things kind of added up are the forward opportunities for Insignia, for the project. And I can't do all of them perfectly, but my goal is to do as many of these as possible, and just take advantage of as much opportunity as I possibly can. Because the opportunity exists, and I'm just the kind of person who's usually quite reserved when it comes to that kind of stuff. But this is kind of my vision board for what I want to do, and flood fill is one of my guiding principles here. So yes, the thing is, like, Kickstarter, yes, I think would be massive for the project. It's something that I want to do as late as possible and as confidently as possible. I don't really want the rest of these things depending on it, particularly publishers. But I would like to start thinking about the strategy, like how I could define a success criteria that's quite low so that we still can fulfill the Kickstarter while scaling it quite high as well. I think it would be possible. When are we reviving the alternative investing via very emotionally invested viewers? I mean, I would need to explore that. I don't know what that looks like in terms of satisfying the total development needs of the project, but certainly a Kickstarter would be a good way for viewers who are emotionally invested to support the project. If there was a number, like we're talking about like investment numbers with a percentage, we'd have to talk about that one-on-one, and I'm happy to do that, so feel free to reach out. All up, like I want for I want for development to get back on track as soon as possible. I'm really not happy with there being a big break between us wrapping up on Chapter 2 asset development and the rest of production. But this opportunity to get the game grey boxed, that is to say, playable, 2 credits at a low fidelity prototype within like 6 months, this is going to be actually incredibly advantageous if I've done this before I need to do some of these other ones, because this is really, really good for final scoping. This essentially allows me to say, I know how much this costs, so I know exactly what I need, rather than, I think I need this much, let's hope it works out. And then everything else from that becomes a lot easier. Other minor things that we could look into, just because it's fun to put things in a list, is I do have a Switch dev kit. Hardware. And it might be fun to just play around with that at some point. What else? Oh, we also have Arrowbound needs an update. So Google has identified in the last couple of months a like day 1 vulnerability in Unity. And so everybody who has a Unity game that's on the Android Google Play Store needs to update their game. And I was thinking it could be fun to do like a version update, not just a patch, for Arrowbound. And I'd love to do like some like 2.0 kind of update where we add a new feature that becomes a main game mode. Maybe we put I finally get like ad mediation working correctly, and then maybe we do some sort of like pay to remove ads. Would be cool, I think. So I'd like to get that stuff sorted in a way that I haven't previously been able to. But yeah. So lots of options here for things we can do with our time. Unfortunately, I fear that like time is so valuable and disappears so quickly that I'll only be able to do like maybe 2 of these things, if that. Like this contract job may eat half of my time. I can't do all, well, I might be able to do this. I can definitely do that. Let's do some risk analysis here really quickly before we jump into our meeting. That's easy to do. That's easy to do. This must be done and will be hard. This is unlikely. Like, it would be great if I could do it. This is also probably unlikely. This will be done. So maybe this stuff will have to wait, but I would really love to work on Scene Graph, even if it's like 1 day a week. I think that there's a version there that I could put out on the Unity Asset Store that is kind of like, what's the word? You know, this software is delivered as is, you know, use it at your peril kind of thing, that kind of license that people would still get a lot of value out of and would at least get us to market. And if there's a lot of demand, then we could do incremental updates with the features that we have planned. I think my values here strictly are do everything as best you can, but no better. Obviously, don't try to do something better than you can do it. And don't be deterred by risk. Instead, be drawn to opportunity. Pragmatic and forward-looking. Okay. So we've got a meeting right now. I wish I could show you the work that I did for this contract job over the weekend. They're pitching this week, and assuming they get the pitch, which I think they might, it's a really cool project, and I pulled some killer art out really quickly. I turned it over so fast. All right. So, team meeting. I'll be right back. Let's call this. This is. Team stand up. And I need to go into this. We'll call it show and tell. Alrighty. Doodly dell, it's time for show and tell. Hello.
Morning.
Good morning.
Actually,
Afternoon.
it's not for either of us.
It's nobody's morning.
Oh.
Hey. Hey,
Hello.
Luca. How are you two doing? Answer simultaneously.
Good if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, doing fine. How about yourself?
Doing well. I was rested until I got sick over the weekend, and now I'm recovering from that. But yeah, I had a very busy week in the last week. So busy, I can't remember any of it.
Yeah. Yeah. We had a extra long Easter. What is it? I felt like a long Easter break, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my missus took off like a week and a half from Easter, so she actually goes back to work on Wednesday, which means we've been just doing as much stuff as possible, meeting friends and enjoying our time. But yeah, I'm excited to get back into work. Hey, Elias. Hey, Morgan.
Hello.
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 Welcome, everybody, to the Monday, the 13th of April Team Stand Up. Obviously, this is marked as a show and tell, but we've been taking a little bit of time off, so no massive expectations for that aspect of it. But if you do have something to show or tell, then feel free to. I wanted to call out very quickly off the top that because time zones have changed pretty, in some cases drastically for some of the team, I might be shuffling around some of the meetings for the next little while, though we're running pretty close to the end of our schedules for chapter 2. So I don't know how, I mean, it'll be worth the adjustment. I think we have to shift around some meetings anyway, but it might only be a few weeks before we're back on temporary hiatus. So off the top, what have I been doing? I have been not working on Insignia. I've been doing a whole bunch of other stuff. Some Insignia related work, like scene graph, and playing around with that, and mostly just, I guess, really just emotionally preparing myself for this next big phase of development that I think is going to be really, really pivotal for everyone's work in the future when we do get back together, and that is like grey boxing the rest of the game. So I want the game to be playable to credits in some fashion as soon as possible. And I mean, from now until about August, I've resolved to do that. I did also happen upon an opportunity to take on a little bit of side work similar to the archaeology project that is not Insignia related, but may take up some part-time work. The team who has reached out to me, they haven't won this project yet, so it's a proposal at the moment, and yeah, I don't know to what extent. I'm trying to minimize my involvement on it to just not obscure too much of Insignia, but that's kind of what I'm working on. I have been doing a little bit of work this morning on some work that Luca will be able to follow up on, just modifying some stuff for our slam shell. But other than that, yeah, mostly been just trying to recharge over that Easter break. So let's do a quick round. Let's start with Morgan P. How are things with you?
Good. I've also, I took a bit of time off over Easter as well, but I've also just been slowly working on the deflect stuff. So
yep.
Guard 2 is close to done.
Sweet. Okie dokie. And I'll be, as soon as you got something to share, I'm happy to review that.
Yeah.
Maybe we can meet up after this call just to catch up on the week ahead and that kind of thing. I guess that's what we've got scheduled anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And Luca, how you doing?
Hello. Yep, I can show off a bit of stuff.
Cool.
Let's see. That's the wrong window. Hang on. This one. Okay. Like the Twitch and the Google Meet looks the same. This one. Okay. All right. So the links in. Yeah. So it's very close to just ticking off being done, I think. Like,
Yep.
So I've just been going through and just getting it to production ready. Yeah, just I've been chipping away, like made sure the sword is correct in all the attacks, and the smears are nice, and stuff like the tabard, and the back tabard I've added to.
This is great.
Yeah, the heads, I think that was something that I did last time, but I added more, I think. Just going through everything and just making sure it's all good. Yeah.
Sweet. This was a gargantuan effort on your part, I think, this animation task. I think I'm going to be doing a bit of a review between now and the next round of work that we do, just to see if I can cap off and limit like what the upper bound of how many animations an enemy can have is. And because I whether it's you or anybody else, I don't think I want to subject anybody else to this.
Yeah, well, we narrowed it down, but we started big and narrowed it down to just these.
I really appreciate the work you've done. I think, I mean, the enemy's great, and I think when we think about the animation states, like it's not that complicated, but somehow I think maybe because of how broad we started, it was very difficult to condense this down into something that was like easy to do. Maybe because he's so dynamic, not as many copy paste opportunities like Morgan's barbarian. So
yeah.
But I'm very, very grateful for the effort. I think this is going to be definitely trailer material.
Oh, that's good. Happy to see my work in the game, as always.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I scrapped the enemy. I've decided to go a different direction. We need him to be an elephant.
Oh, no. He's a dog now.
Do it again.
All right.
All right.
Okay, cool.
Thanks, Luca. We'll chat a bit after this on next scope for the week.
All right, no worries.
Cool. And Elias, how has your break been?
It's been good.
Are you just celebrating Easter yesterday? Today?
Today.
Wow.
Oh.
I'm full of lamb.
full of lamb. Very good.
Yeah, so that was a good time. As for Insignia stuff, I did a bunch of odd jobs around. We have Ilya's horse Winnie,
Mhm.
and I just went around. There were a bunch of places that like I hadn't assigned footstep materials to, and it bothered me every time I walked over them. So now that's
I appreciate
fixed.
that.
Yeah, and that's right. There is a new tool that lets us float between like two ambiences.
Okay.
So that's used in the one scene in the Ridgelands that has like the forest on the bottom and the mountainous area up top.
Nice. That's fun.
So yeah, just a bunch of odds and ends.
I'm super grateful for the initiative, and yeah, I'm really grateful. Thank you. We'll have to catch up, I guess, tomorrow, my morning, to discuss like whatever's left, or if there is anything left. I've been really, very satisfied with your work this chapter.
Oh, thank you.
Cool. And Morgan Ridley Smith, how are you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, I had a good Easter break. I finally watched Project Hail Mary,
Oh, nice. What did you think?
which I really enjoyed it. So I read the book not that long ago, actually, which was serendipitous timing that the movie came out just after I read the book. But yeah, I thought they did a really good job of adapting it, and yeah, I just had a really good time.
Sweet. Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't know anything about the film going into it, and I was
Yeah.
very pleasantly surprised.
I definitely recommend the book if you enjoyed the film and you like reading sci-fi for anyone.
Cool.
Yeah.
I might take advantage of that offer, that recommendation.
There's a fun Easter egg for anyone who has a 3D printer. If you go to the website, you can get the little astronaut figure.
Oh,
Oh, no way.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's cool.
Nice.
Wow.
Okie dokie. And then beyond that, how?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I almost forgot what we were talking about. What are we here
In
for?
terms of Insignia, yeah. I've been sort of pulling apart the Huron Underground track now, which is the other extended one, I believe, that needed a bit more padding out. So yeah, I've been pulling that apart. I dropped something into the Figma that's it's just one of the sections that I've been expanding, which is showable at this point. So you may have a look at that if you want.
Yeah, happy to.
This one.
Sweet.
Yeah.
All right. Viewers, prepare your eardrums. Not in a bad way, in a good way. Wow. Cool. I'm always surprised by how your process, like iteratively, and I guess it's natural, but the way it like the presence of the track builds. There's like the embellishments kind of all add up, and it feels like it has a stronger identity every time. Yeah, I'm excited to hear this in full.
Yeah, cool.
Awesome. Alrighty. Well, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. I will catch up with animation team right after this, and then I'll catch up. Maybe we'll do for sound team. I think it's probably time we separate the meetings into two separate times. So before tomorrow, we'll split them, and I'll change the calendar, and then we'll work out whatever works for us. So stay tuned on Discord.
Cool.
All right.
It's literally always open.
What's
I
always
got 2
open?
monitors for a reason.
Right. Cool. Alrighty. Thanks, everyone. And I'll see you later
See
in the
you
week.
guys.
Bye.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
See ya.
Bye.
Cool. So, one sec. Just coughing. Let me turn that down and make sure you guys can hear correctly. Okay. So we have our animation meetup in about 15 minutes. And so I just wanted to make sure that I'm ready so that my team has, what's the word? Has delegated scope, I suppose. I've done a little bit of work on an animation for Luca to help him polish this enemy, which is much simpler than the previous enemy that he's been working on. So I'm happy with that. But I would like to do this as well. I think I can update this for him. So maybe I'll do that either now after the meeting. I don't know if I can get it done in 15 minutes. And I think Morgan is probably in a spot where I think she's still working away at that last animation. So I'm happy to let her do that. But maybe it would be good to think about what we need to do to close out the broader scope for animation in chapter 2. This is something where I know that there is more animation work than what we have budget for the team. And so that will probably have to fall to me. And I'm okay with that. That's my responsibility. So instead of having the team focus on enemies or bosses, I think what I'll do is put them onto NPCs beyond Luca's current scope. So Morgan's done a pretty stellar job so far with NPCs. I think we need... what do we need? We've got some characters here that we could do some animations for, at least. I definitely want Jowl in the game. And I think, it would be good for Ilya to have her animations done too. So, maybe this, I think I literally have for Morgan, like one more scope left. I don't think we have any more after this. We have like 10 billing periods sorted with a set amount of work per period. And I think we've done 9. So whatever we do next will be the last piece of work that she does for chapter 2 in this scope, at least. Meaning I might get her to work on Ilya for this one. And then Luca on Jowl, maybe. He'll be doing Jowl and Slam Shell, I think. And we were working on the Gecko as well. We'll see what we can do with that. Okay, I think that works. That'll round out pretty much everything, I think. We have like 6 points of animation for Morgan to do remaining. And this... 1, 2, 3, but that'll be about 6. A damn you. Ness. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I wanted to say thank you, Eyes, for the sub. Thank you so much. You got us right in the meeting. Right in the meeting. This actually might not get us everywhere we need to go. This is like 1 point, 2 points, maybe like an explain or something like that, or a shake head, or we'll get some emotes because Ilya actually features quite heavily in chapter 3, so I might be able to get ahead of this one. We'll just find 6 points of work to put for Ilya, and that'll work just fine. And I think actually some of Morgan's current scope is already accounted for in what she's doing now. will already bleed into that next period. So I think that will be fine. Okay. I think I'm ready for the meeting. Oh, they're in already. We might as well be already having the meeting at that point. I'm just holding everyone back. All right. One sec.
Yeah, you could just take credit for it. If
Hello,
you want.
hello.
No.
Oh, hello. He's here. Shh.
Wow, very prompt. You two
We've
are.
been expecting you.
Oh, I see. Probably spying on me too.
Yeah.
Welcome
See your screen.
to.
Yeah.
Actually, one sec. I gotta do my thing. Dun, 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 dun. What do you think it's time for? Animation sync. All right, welcome to our animation sync. So, you two again. Well, I'm very happy with the work you've been doing. Morgan, did you want to? I noticed you posted in the Discord something.
Yeah, just if you wanted to have a
today.
squiz.
Yep. How far from finished is this from your?
That particular one, I
Yep.
just need to do the shading on his jacket and shirt.
Yep. Yeah, sweet. I'd love if I have time for a bit of feedback. I'd love for the coat to sort of flick up a little bit on that extended frame, like the first big, when the arm goes all the way up. I love a little bit of like secondary motion of the coat, kind of like trailing, like kind of. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I think I do.
Yeah, just following the energy of the arm going up. Pardon me, just coughing here. So for as soon as you're through with that, and I'm happy for you to, if you feel like you could wrap that up today, then happy for you to try to do that. I have some scope for the two of you. Luca, would you say like the lengths, and if I told you to pens down, are you happy with where it's at?
There's only like some minor things, like just some shading around like the waist area on some of the animations.
Yep.
It's just, yeah, just little things like that.
All right. Well, pens down. So it's all good. I'll take it from here. I think if there's anything extra, I'm happy with where it's at, and I don't think that I don't have the expectation for you in this period to finish every frame of it to final quality. So I think it just makes more sense for us to, I want to use you on other things. So
Yeah. Okay.
When
all right.
So we were working on the gecko as well in the break. How did you go for, we finished the attack, didn't we?
The attack and the herd frame. So I think that's
Perfect.
pretty much, just what we discussed, and that's pretty much done
Yep.
in that case. Other than just testing to see if the tongue actually works.
Yep.
Like the origin point, I'm not sure. That might need to be adjusted a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll take care of that.
Okay.
And so I've got an update on some slam shell stuff for you. I've basically added a new telegraph, just the starting frames for it. I just wanted to give it a bit more, like the one that you've got at the moment is a bit linear for my taste in terms of the motion. So I wanted to give it a bit more of a bounce and a drop so that you can sort of feel that moment when you have to start to parry. So there's just that like some suspense in the air and then a drop. So if you wouldn't mind taking on that this week, and any other remaining bits, I might also send you a new rough for the reorient as well, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah.
But I don't have that ready just yet. In the meantime, though, you could probably take this and run with it.
Yeah.
For the telegraph. And then I just wanted to call out that, and you probably heard me mentioning this already, but at least for Morgan, I think we're pretty close to the end of our chapter 2 animation scope. I think we've done 9 billing periods out of 10 that we've got scoped. Is that right?
That sounds about right. I would have to check.
Okay. Well, if you happen to agree with me that we're on 9 out of 10, then I want to put you on an NPC for the next one. I think at least this character will be in chapter 3, and there'll be a lot of animation that probably will have either of you working on here and there. But for now, at least, I think we've got a pretty decent sized chunk that I can get you started on for this NPC. I don't yet have her. I haven't reviewed her file to make sure that the animations are like to make sure that this is right, the current status, and that there are keyframes out for the things that I would want you to work on. But I can get to that today if that's helpful.
Yeah, whenever you've got time. Like we're saying, he did an idol for her, maybe.
Yeah, he did.
Cool.
Yeah, I think Luca had a whip idol. It might have even been finished. I can't remember how far you got with it.
There was just a few variations. But yeah, I'm sure when you take a look, like there was one where she stepped back, but I think we weren't going ahead with that one. It's just the clothes moving, but pretty much.
Yep.
And maybe some breathing as well.
Yeah, this character is, their role in the story in chapter 2 is that for the majority of chapter 2, they're kind of, it's not known whether or not they are a villain, and we only see them from a distance. So we might even have to do like a version of an idol that's just silhouetted out, like just shadow, or where at least the face is shadowed out. We see them sort of standing on rooftops and jumping away and things like that. So it might be we might require some extra variation even on top of what you've done so far, Luca. But yeah, so happy to do that. Luca, I've also got another NPC. I think you and I do need to just do a quick review of our contract for the chapter, because I think we've got it's in a slightly different shape than Morgan's. So offline, we'll have a chat about just where we're at and how much left we feel is fair. Given the
I know it's didn't go exactly as we initially planned. I mean, which is fine, but I don't want to be awkward, you know. And outstay my welcome or whatever. But yeah, happy to talk about it more in private and not on the stream if you like.
It's fine. I think we'll it's not like you've done probably more animation work than we scheduled and less design work, but it's like the same as far as I'm concerned. So whatever the proportionate remaining amount is, I'm happy to scope you on some of that stuff. I think just a quick kind of like recap of how this chapter went compared to previous chapter, and just to do a bit of a retro on it. I think for chapter 1, there was a kind of we had a really good running start because I had so much background material for the chapter that scoping the rest of it and making sure that we hit that budget was pretty easy. With chapter 2, because the story wasn't as fleshed out or playable, a lot of this was like my best guess, and I'm really happy with the work you guys have put in. I feel like we pacing and quality wise, at the very least, met last chapter's pace. My report card for myself would be that, man, I really wish somehow I would have been able to guarantee exactly what animations I needed for the scenario stuff, the story. There are little things in here, like there's a couple of quests in the chapter that I was never in a position where I had the in-game representation of that quest solid enough to assign that to either of you. And I'm a little like, hopefully this like gray boxing period that I'm about to go into on the project will help resolve this. But I think looking forward to the rest of production to release, there's a high risk of that, of animations of that nature becoming a larger portion of the total animation budget. Of like, there's like a cutscene and there's characters and they're walking around and they're emoting or doing action in the scene, and this scene may or may not be rewritten in the future. That risk is something that I really, really need to get ahead of. And I don't know if, like, for either of you, I mean, I'd be happy we could talk now or offline about like how it has felt this chapter and whether or not there was like room for improvement there. I know you guys you're both pretty chill, so you might just say it was fine, but
Yeah.
But it's understandable. It's definitely like, you know, especially with pixel art or 2D hand drawn, you can't just make, you know, a bunch of 3D assets and just give everyone the same idle animation
I know
on the rig. And that's kind of like, not really how I was thinking, but I just was, you know, I just looked at these characters and was like, oh, yep, everyone needs a standing idle. Everyone needs a walk animation. But really, maybe some of these won't even walk like ever. So why waste time making a walk?
That's right. There's the knowing exactly what we need and what we don't is going to help this be something where we avoid overscoping. And energy is it's so valuable. Like your time and energy is like crucial, because any time where there's this like extended time on something that feels like it's in limbo, I feel like even myself as an animator, there's just a fatigue that sets in when you don't have like a clear pit stop or like milestone or end in sight on something that is actually still in flux. You know, I personally hate that feeling, so I want to try to shield the two of you from it. So for today, at least, Luca, I'll send you over that. Well, you can pull the updated Slam Shell animation and get a start on that turnover. Morgan, happy for you to finish up with Armin's deflect, that third deflect, and then I will look at Ilya's animation sheet and tidy it up for you. And
Awesome.
Catch you all on Thursday.
Yeah.
I'll push the links in, but just where it's at, I guess.
Send it. Sweet.
All right, no worries.
Okay.
Thanks, Adam.
Thanks, you two.
Alrighty.
Right.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
Bye.
Sweet. Okay, I mean, I definitely need a break. My nose is full and my brain is foggy. No, I'm feeling okay, but definitely not my best today. So, Ilya. Yeah, we definitely need a take on this. Just a thought, when designing an enemy, I think it's best to know about what it's going to do gameplay-wise before even drawing it. Yeah, certainly. I mean, that is the idea behind the great grey boxing, is to really validate this stuff from the player ability first, and the environment opportunity, and then define an enemy that serves a specific need. That's pretty much the ideal way of approaching this stuff, because then you know, for example, what you want this enemy to test the player on, and then you know whether or not you need that enemy to be able to do anything else. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I think like I'm noticing something in the last 6 months, 3 months, that in game development and in film and every other creative medium that requires a lot of people to work together to do something, the challenge is not having good ideas, nor is the challenge having good vision. The challenge is getting the vision to direct the production in a way that is kind of seamless and efficient. Efficiency in production is the reason why good ideas don't make good movies. Because a movie that doesn't have a solid production pipeline or enough pre-production time cannot execute on good ideas. It doesn't matter how smart you are, how good of a writer you are, how good of an eye for animation you have. If you don't have a good production plan and pipeline, you can't execute those ideas. Hey, Bone Circuit, Fantasyland. I mean, we do actually have plenty of unit tests in the game. If you were interested, so we do feature testing, and these serve as like a gameplay unit tests. And for our enemy prototypes and ability prototypes, I have scenes set up to validate very specific gameplay. Oh, you can't see that. Very specific gameplay moments. So this is like a unit of gameplay that I can come back to after every time I'm balancing the game and validate it and make sure it still works. That's not the traditional purpose of a unit test, but yeah. So we have feature unit tests and we have enemy unit tests and ability unit tests, but yeah, nonetheless, software and games can be divergent in what is practicable when it comes to validation. So ever is the challenge. I mean, how would you unit test a film, for example? How do you break something down into small chunks that you can tick off? It's very difficult because ultimately what makes something good in these media is it's not actually the small bits that are validatable. It's how they work together and the direction of all of those bits, the flow and orchestration. It's so friggin' hard. It's so hard and can be painful. So like this, for example, was my attempt like a couple of weeks ago at trying to do the minimum possible exercise on this cutscene just so that I can validate something, right? And we got into so many layers of what's the word? Constraints. Like, okay, this level, there's the writing constraint. Like, these things need to happen in this order. Therefore, dramatically, the story needs to go this way. And then there was the constraint of, oh, actually, the player can't backtrack to this point until they've done this other thing. So now we need to gate the player some way that makes sense with the story. And then there is the constraint of, if the player needs an ability to get here, how do we make sure they get that ability first? There has to be some story that precedes this quest where we come through this area, but not before we do that. There's just like layers and layers of this scope that, or I guess the word is constraints, technical or logical constraints that aren't part of the scope. Like, they're in scope, obviously, because the story is in scope, but the criteria that the story needs in order to be validated is something that you can't validate until you're playtesting it. You don't know how many things you need to satisfy. So it's very hard to modularly put together a quest and say, yep, and that's the quest. Especially in a Metroidvania style game where progress is bound spatially. You can't just walk around the overworld and get a bunch of quests that you can't finish. because NPCs will or won't be in certain spots depending on certain progress and blah, 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 blah. You want to see a unit test? Sure. So like this test here, which actually might be broken right now, I guess it's doing its job right, is the platforming test. So it's, can you run left and right? Oh, there you go. Straight away, that's failing. The icon broke. Okay, so there's running left and right. There's, can you jump? Can you do an extended jump? And then, like, if you can finish this level, the game's current behavior state for the player character will work with all of the level elements. So can you slide down a wall? Can you drop through a platform? I guess this is like a collection of unit tests all around platforming. Can you do this bouncing back and forth between the walls? And these are player facing, so people can play test these in the game's test. And then when you finish, it ends. So I can come back to this and validate, okay, if I can do all the things, then it's functioning as expected. Now, I did expose an error here, which is that the horizontal movement input is not bound to the same label, the same icon that it's supposed to. So, input, where is the dictionary for the button sprites, keycode sprites? So it looks like 11 and 12 are in the wrong order. A little concerned about that, but let's go back and rerun the test and see if it works now. Yeah, that's correct. Run left and right is now horizontal. Okay, there you go. And if I was to change that icon to vertical, still work? Yes. And if I was to change it to directional, I would need to stop it and start it again. Yes. Okay, good. Cool. There you go. So, that's my unit test. For gameplay at least. I don't do unit tests for like code modules because the game is not validatable that way, at least not very easily. There probably are ways to do it, but I think most developers agree that depending on the genre, it can be more or less practical. All right, so my goal today then, because of Morgan, was to clean up this and make it work. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll have a look. Animation prep. Cool. See you in a bit. Hello. Yeah. There are so many things that this game could do in terms of unit testing. Like the depth of what a unit test could be for a game like Insignia is kind of staggering in my opinion. And also questionable in its value. It's really tough. Let me give you an example. So most products that are software are features. They are their features. So we could say, for example, me just collecting that item is a feature, right? The idea of being able to collect an item is a feature. The menus are features. The things the player can do are features. And some of those only operate at runtime. They're not really validatable in an isolation. I mean, they could be, but the value of thinking about something in a vacuum is not, like, for example, we have our inventory, right? Let me collect some stuff. Okay. So inventory. You could say, let's do a unit test for displaying an item. Let's do the unit test for displaying 8 items. Let's do unit tests for pagination, flipping a page and having more than 8 items. Unit test for quantities. What's the maximum quantity we want to support? That's just for the menu for inventory. Then you could do what happens if I collect 2 items at the same time? What happens if a quest wants to take an item away from me? That's a set of separate unit tests. Then there's literally every feature, like the camera. You could have unit tests for the camera. Like, let's see what the maximum bounds are for how far ahead the camera should be able to look. Oh, I did show you what I consider unit tests that are gameplay tests, but not scripted function related unit, not like software unit tests. No, I don't have any tests in the game where I run I go into VS Code and get a bunch of green lights. No. No, there'd be thousands. Like, I was just showing you the inventory menu, but there's also like the inventory system itself, like adding and removing items from the inventory. The save data, like it's too hard. It's not valuable because ultimately the game is the unit test, you know. Yeah. Can you ask me a more general game dev question? Yeah, of course you can. Of course you can. Apologies, everybody watching. I've not been well. I've been sick, so my energy is a bit wonky at the moment, and I'm eating a medicine thing to soothe my throat a bit. Voice is going to be a bit croaky. It's unfortunate, but it's what it is. Bone Circuit says, in a multiplayer car game using physics, I had to show deterministic results, so I had to crash the car many times using a function with loops. Yeah, I mean, like, for me, I can envisage a scenario, and I did do it once or twice, where, like, I would design a jump that I wanted the player to do. This is kind of a unit test, but the problem is unit tests should be automatable. That's the, like, ideal, right? Is that you press test, and then they go, brrr, and they go, yes, these were the results of the test. So, like, I had this thing set up where I could I could take the player character and I could basically give you a set of like trajectories. I could basically say, okay, I want the player to jump and hold right, and then reset the player position back to the start and do that 100 times to see if it was deterministic. There's stuff like that that I have done, but it just never feels like the most valuable way to do that. If you just play the game often and you don't change fundamental values about how things can move or how fast you run or how high you jump, you should be okay. And even if you do run into those issues, like just play the game. The thing about unit tests is that validation is the point, right? But validating something that has an art to it, like if the thing you're testing has a pass-fail Boolean outcome, yes, we were able to do this. No, I'm not able to do that. Then it's worth testing something. But if it's sort of more like, well, I want the player to be able to make this jump safely by a few pixels, but it shouldn't be impossible to do. Then it's like, well, there's a broad space of what could be considered valid. You know, I've made changes to the game and it affected how other things worked. And then I've gone, oh, I like that better. You know, just like taste is such a big mix in game development at a certain point. Anyway. Okay. Bear Devs says, should I just black box out everything for YouTube and don't focus on art at all? Hang on, let me rewind. So I'm kind of struggling. I'm about 8 months into a project and I'm getting to the point where I need to start building the actual game instead of systems. I also want to make YouTube a priority. Should I just black box out everything for YouTube and don't focus on art at all, or a 50-50 split? I feel like YouTube values are so much. I'm confident in my life, just wondering where to focus on efforts. When you say for YouTube, what does that mean? How does that change your process? Like for me, when I think for YouTube, I'm thinking about having things be visually interesting. So for me, art is like a priority if I'm thinking about YouTube, because people like to see progress. They like to see things. YouTube content. So you're talking about like devlogs? Oh no, you are talking about visuals. You're not just talking about like a schedule. You're saying, should I work on this to make it look pretty so that I can make a YouTube video about it? Oh, it's such a challenge. It's such a challenge, and it can be a trap too. This is a problem that like I have and only YouTubers have. Well, anyone marketing a game online is going to have this problem too, but it's an annoying problem that kind of it shouldn't exist for game developers, but it does exist in today's world because marketing early is so important. So I have done it many ways, including only caring about visuals and leading with the visuals. And then I've done it content-wise and just worrying about the game working, being functional, and then putting off the visuals. I think the important thing I would make sure, yes, that you were taking time to make hero visuals for your game, because it is important that the game has some sort of presence online. And it's worth knowing when you need those visuals to hit, when you need the marketing push. How early in your development process do you need it? That's up to you. That's part of your strategy. And if you can be producing occasionally assets that make your game look good, amazing. However, the game development process almost demands that the game be validated in its development criteria. Like, is the game fun? Does the game work? Can you finish the game? Are the systems balanced? That stuff has so much more bearing on your development timeline, your process. So many things rest on the game being a game and playable, that if you delay that stuff by doing assets and just making it look pretty, those assets might not even be valid in the game later down the track. You might realize, oh, actually, I need to scrap this feature. All the assets I did for that menu, gone. That's happened to me before. So there's never a good reason to overscope something if you're only doing it for the appearance's sake, unless you're comfortable with waste. And you probably should be a little bit comfortable with waste, because that's just the game dev process. But at the same time, I think it's valuable to be conscious of your workflow, to have intention behind it, and to understand at least what you are giving up. Like, okay, maybe it's important to have a YouTube video. And look, I've seen you guys, I don't know if you guys have seen Excalibur Murder, I think it's called Excalibur something. Yeah, this game is doing the rounds on TikTok at the moment. And it's a gorgeous game. It's getting a lot of attention because a lot of the little gifts that get sent around are just so striking. There's like a menu system in the game that just looks amazing. Like a book. It looks like a physical book turning over, and they do like these really in-depth TikToks about how the book works. That's amazing, but I wouldn't produce crazy deep marketing material if your game wasn't like just about ready to release. I wouldn't bother. I think you just have to know what you're making. And you can look at, you can say, this feature isn't going to change, so I can make a video about it. I can put effort into the video and be confident that the thing isn't going to change. I would be very careful about over investing in getting people's attention at the cost of the game's validation. Like, the game has to be good. It has to be finished. You have to be able to budget it. You have to know what it is, what it isn't, before you... Unless, look, there's an alternative here. The alternative is this. YouTube is about storytelling. You can tell a cool story about the development of a feature of your game without it being pretty. If you set expectations, if you did a cool feature and you can communicate about that feature in a way that is impressive and explains what you're doing and explains why it's cool, that's not pretty, but it's interesting, then you don't need to put all that effort into those graphics. Storytelling isn't just visual, although visuals help a lot. Like, a thumbnail that people want to click on is valuable. So it's look, this is extremely challenging. I struggle with this myself daily. Like, my game, I feel this thing all the time where it's like, I think my game is cool. People who play it think it's cool. But if I show you 2 seconds of gameplay, I don't know if it looks cool. So how do I compress it down into something that looks cool? Like, I think that, like, my camera feature is cool, but like, how do I tell the story of the camera feature? Have you tried the tiled map editor program? My whole game uses tiled. Yeah, I have tried it. I use it. All right. So, yeah, honestly, like, and it's going to be different for every game. You just have to find a way to share your passion with the viewer in a way that is easy for you to reproduce, that doesn't take way too much of your resources as a developer away from the game. Some games have an easy time doing that. Some have a hard time doing that. It's a huge skill, bear devs, and like there are these like the problem is, I think, I don't want to talk about it for too much longer, but I've spent like a considerable amount of effort trying to digest like what it is that, like, this thing here, right? Let me show you this thing. Okay. This has got like 600,000 views on TikTok. It's huge, right? Big thing, right? And it's basically got really good editing to describe things like sprite slicing, the method of compositing. It's doing all of this programmatically. Like, none of this is the game. Like, this is a visualization that was developed in Game Maker purely for this TikTok, right? And the cost of producing this would have been formidable, right? This is not his game. This is an advertisement. This is like infotainment, right? It's an ad to teach you, to impress you on the fact that his game has a specific feature that he likes. And it would take weeks to make this TikTok, to make 2 minutes of video. Like, even that, like, is hard. Like this, like, pausing to isolate different things here, this like tooltip sort of thing of even syncing these things up. This is like a lot. And it's valuable. But to think about how one would do this for any one feature of their game is, I think, like, it's unpractical to commit to this. It takes a level of storytelling, like visual, like what's the word? To understand how to communicate to audiences. That is a separate. It's like a separate. It's a separate skill to game dev. It's marketing. And And this stuff's not always true. That's the other thing. Like, not to say that this dev is lying, but like, there are aspects of this that are simplified or embellished for the sake of it being viewable. You know, like, this doesn't teach you how to make this. It just sort of, it's really more entertainment than it is information, because the code, like, you're not seeing a line of code. The strategy is, it's, you know, it might not be scalable. It's kind of more like giving you, it's communicating an approach more than it is explaining to you, you know, exactly how you would produce something like this for your game. It's inspiration for sure. But, and it will probably go over most people's heads, but the point is that it's flavored in a way that's really digestible and interesting, and it's about the game. And that's about as far as you need to know. And part of it is just about signaling care. You know, it's really more about vibe. Like, I know because this developer made this TikTok that his game's going to be really cool and high quality. You know what I mean? It's more like, I get the sense that this person has a high attention for detail, that their game makes complicated things feel simple. You know, it's probably got a lot of depth, but it might be easy to pick up, you know? 100% this will convert to wish lists. Yeah, I think so. I think this guy, this video alone, 100,000 likes, it might have gotten 2,000 wish lists on this. I'm guessing. It's a huge guess. I don't know anything, but if I go to Gamealytic and I check out Excalimotor, why do I keep doing a U there? 20K wish lists. They've only been marketing online, as far as I know. That's huge. I think it's valuable. I think 20K wish lists from, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This might not even be 10. Are these duplicated? No. You know, what's the word? What is that, 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If you put 2 weeks into each of these, let's say they cost like $1,000 of effort. 20K, $1,000, $1 per wish list is a good conversion. If you rate your time in a certain way that spending the time to make this costs you a week, and your time is worth $1,000 a week or something. Like, I saw recently on Reddit, somebody posted their wish list growth after marketing on Reddit, and it cost them $2 per wish list. They spent $7,000 on marketing, on ads, and they got 3,500 wish lists. So in terms of purely, if you were to just produce these or go on Reddit and just pay for ads, it looks like this would be a better deal. $10 million views converted to 10K wish lists. Well, I mean, this game seems to have done a lot better, although we've got 2 million here. Yeah, like even like this is what's the word? It's hugely popular, but it's kind of like I mean, I just don't know, like, it's really cool. It's really cool. If it's just sprite stacking, it's really cool. I wonder if I made my version of this, a TikTok of this, if it would be even close to this entertaining to watch. I don't think it's even about my game, personally. I think like it would take me so much longer to put this style of video together. It's very impressive. I don't even know what I'm looking at right now. Like, what is this? How does this map? Oh, it's sprite stacking, I see. That's very cool. Like, is it really that little moment there? How did he pull that off? It's wizardry. It is mesmerizing. Very cool. I find this extremely intimidating, personally. The idea that this is the bar that has been set for making promotional material on TikTok, it's paralyzing to me. I don't think I have the energy to put this kind of effort into this. It feels like a waste of time. I mean, yeah, that's there's almost like I don't know. The thing is, none of this, when it comes to marketing, nothing matters except whether or not it works. There's no point turning it into like a moral claim or like is this really useful? Like, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that people liked what they saw and they pressed a button to represent the fact that they were interested in the game. And yeah, I think like tapping into people's interest and their conceptions about game dev, you know, the idea that game dev involves essentially like puzzle solving, like what we just watched, it's almost like watching somebody solve a really crazy puzzle to make a fun game. The idea that game dev is like gameplay, that's an attractive idea. And people who aren't game developers, but who like to play games and think that one day they could enjoy being a game developer, they find that very satisfying. I find it very satisfying to think about it that way. It's very unsatisfying to think of it as like years in a text editor, you know? Or like just modeling the environment in 3D, right? Like you could, that what we just watched, it could have just been a 3D environment modeled. It didn't have to be sprite stacked and masked and all the rest of it. Anyway, I think I am choosing to be more pragmatic as time goes on with this kind of stuff, because my effort, my energy and time is so valuable to me that there's really no point engaging in, what's the word? You know, trying to be like to gatekeep or to criticize based on principles, you know, what works or what shouldn't work, or what's ethical or not when it comes to marketing a game. Like, I think you just gotta respect the game. Do you think even if your game is barely a game, should you pay for a capsule art and put up a Steam page? I mean, if you want people to play it on Steam, then yeah, that's up to you. Yeah. Do you know what the big one that gets me is this there's an action game this guy's making on TikTok. This has so many views, right? And it's like the least as a pitch, it's very, very compelling to people who aren't super clued into game dev. As a game dev, it makes me anxious to even think about making this game playable.
After a week of game dev and music composition.
Like that, of like, I do some code, do some music, is like, it's what people care to see on TikTok. They don't want to know what you wrote or how it works.
I've added a musical combo system to the game.
But this like that, if you allow the player to control the game, a random person, it will not make music that's fun to listen to. Or the game will be very, very boring and straightforward. Like combat that is free-flowing and involves multiple enemies cannot also be a composed music score unless the game is on rails. So I have serious concerns about whether or not this could even be a game that works. Like, I want this to work. I don't know if it could work. And I don't know. Like, can I just play the bell sound over and over again? Can I just go dong, 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 dong? You know? The animations alone being tied to the rhythm of a song at a specific BPM, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. What's this guy doing these days? Where's his game? Is he still making it? Where's the music game?
Parkour. Let's get into it. Hey, it's me, Steven, again. The solo developer of Solar Symphony, the musical action RPG where you already know. If you don't, let me show you. Cool, right? Music fighting game. And in this update video, after 1 month of sheer grind, over the span of 45 updates, I have finally added some of the most stylish hardcore parkour in the game. Just like I said I would in the previous video.
He seems really competent.
This feature will have multiple uses. Obviously for traversing certain parts of the level that are off ground, but mostly for the combat. Since in the game, as I've already shown you, there are ground enemies and there are also air enemies. Some of these air enemies will be very, very, very high in the air, and you're further up will be for free. Second digit is the number of the ledge in the horizontal sequence. After that, I had a plan for the parkour system. Case subs on its YouTube from just the first video game that I dropped the reveal trailer of last. Stuff I've worked on in the combat up until this point focused more around the rhythmy aspects, since those were the easiest to get through first, but this game is a lot more than that. So yeah, now it's about to get saucy. Yeah, we're about to be cooking for real, for real. And as I do that, I'll also be working on polishing and releasing chapter 0 of this game that I dropped the reveal trailer of last month. For those of you who don't know, which is
when was this?
Parkour.
2025.
It is now time to reveal everything about the game that directly ties into Sword or more. So, now that we're at it again, and you also have for him, and instead believes that they're his
Different game. I hope it comes out. I hope it's good. Last update, 2023. March 16.
Symphony, the musical action RPG where you fight.
Okay, remaining tasks before release. That's pretty good.
Sword of Symphony takes place at the end of the 2-chapter introduction of this game, which takes place during the literal development of Sword of Symphony and ties very neatly into the beginning of Sword of Symphony. This will be coming out in 2026. Magical updates, courses, features. It's only Chloe and Kailis' gameplay. Everything I think that doesn't have to be said, since I'm starting off the story with this game that leads into Sword of Symphony, which will be coming out this year. However, on the topic of that game, right now I finished everything in the gameplay for it, and I'm just working on the cutscenes and music.
See, this is what I mean. Like, there's a game before the game, a different game that's coming out. That game has a release date, but this game doesn't. Yeah, I guess all I'm trying to say with this is I don't know the guy. He's looks like a really great dev. His game's probably gonna come out, I hope, one day. But I guess my point is that like a successful marketing campaign for a game doesn't have to have a good game behind it or a real game behind it at all. And so it stands to reason, I guess, that there is probably for every game a series of visual promises you could make that communicate to players the vision for your game, the emotional vision, or like the pitch from like a conceptual level that shows your game in its best light, but more like what your game's trying to do or be rather than like the game itself. You know, the Excalibur stuff is it's not, we weren't seeing gameplay. We were seeing like a presentation about how a feature was built or a visual screenshot was built. I don't know if the game is fun, but I know that the thing was cool to look at. Same thing with your game. So the idea that like, and I don't know to what extent we should aim for this or if it's valuable or practical, but the idea that you just like take some footage of your game and put it on TikTok and that's enough. You know, your game, that might not even be a good litmus test for a good game. Like a game that's fun to watch is not the same as a game that's fun to play. I don't know. I don't know the answer. Anyway, let's move on. I've got a game to make. So it is, I guess the reason why I'm bringing any of this up and responding to it is because I understand that you guys who are game developers, you have these same problems that I have. You have the same challenges that I have. And I'm not exempt from feeling anxious about facing those challenges. You know, I struggle with it every day. I know a lot of devs do. Like, how do I bottle my game or my game process, my dev process, in a way that is fun for people to watch or makes them excited about what I'm making? It's hard. And it can be very expensive to think about that in addition to making the game. And some games are just easier to market than others. All right, so I need to do these animation roughs for Morgan. I do not have the time to dilly-dally at the moment. Exactly, Bear Devs. In the level section, are you integrating the tile map editor program with Unity? Yes. So just to give you a really quick rundown, Christian. So I have like my levels, and then there are custom properties. I use a thing called Super Tiled to Unity to import the levels into Unity. And then these are the Unity scenes that have the tile maps imported. So this is a tiled map, but the level is much more than that. The level is a bunch of stuff in Unity placed on top of the tile map, enemies and everything else. I don't use tiled to spawn my enemies. I don't use tiled for anything other than the level geometry and sometimes little objects that are baked into the level geometry. All right, so yep. Sorry, one sec. I need to do something really quickly. One sec. Sorry, chat. I have a separate obligation I need to export something for. Let me close some things so that I don't dox my obligations. All right. So one sec. Okay, I think I can close that now. So, animations here. Let me just see if I can block these out logically first. So, idle. There's going to be a version where it's like shadow. Idle. Jump off building. That's for chapter 3. For now, I think it'll just be... So what if we do idle, jump, crouch, and outstretched? What's a good way of contracting out artists? I've tried Fiverr and Behance. The results were a little not great. Yeah, unfortunately, like most good artists require professional rates. It depends on what you're making and how long you need them for. But like for me, it's, you know, it's a job essentially. It's not just here's $100, make me something cool, you know. But yeah. Seeking them out on social media is probably the best way. For people who do commissions like that. So, oh man, I'm making this so complicated. I could probably just, you know what, the shadow thing I'm talking about, I could probably just shade her. The only problem is that I'm going to need, there's a shot here where I want her in this kind of like, what are we looking at here? This, for how little information is in this file, it's making it hard for me to look at it. It's like there's 63 frames and it's all an idle. All right. So we've got an idle. We've got actually, do you know what? Even just the idle on its own right now is probably enough for what I need. This is where, like, it's so bad to be doing asset work when you don't have everything sorted yet. So if I just put her in the scene on character, she looks pretty good there. But I'd sort of want her, like, in what I'm thinking of right now, I almost want her to be, like, further away. Like, which is going to create mixels, but I kind of don't care. And then I would shade her. You know, I could even do something like that. Hey, Kratesh, how's it going? Yeah, like even that is fine. It's not great perspective-wise. But I'm just making sure that when I get Morgan to animate this, I don't know that I want her to be animating it in full color. I'm not sure what I want her to do, which makes this difficult. Because then we have her in a different scene. We have her in this scene. And she's supposed to be... I want her kind of like... I want her on the windowsill. She won't go. With her arm outstretched. Honestly, these could be like single frames. These don't even need to be like... Yeah. Okay. Do we go blade drawn? I don't have her with a weapon. I think she does need a weapon. She's kind of like a fighter. Can't believe I've never even thought about that. I know she's got a lasso, but is that really a weapon? Maybe. I should give her something. Hard to do. Like, is it in her hand? Is it? Don't like that very much. It's not very like, it doesn't feel like a cool weapon that affects her silhouette in a nice way. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a bit. Okay, we're back. Oh, chat, I'm really struggling. Hey, Tide Hunter, this is Unity. I'm struggling, chat. My energy's really low. I'm trying to think back to my values for how I'm moving into the next phase of development. And I don't have one for what happens when I'm tired. Do I force myself to do the work when I'm tired, or do I just say it's okay? I think I could do the work. I just need to chill a little. It's just hard for me to breathe with a blocked nose. It's not like I'm just, yeah, just not getting the oxygen I need. Even with caffeine. I'm just tired. I'm getting over a cold. It's not snort water and then blow it. I have a saline rinse I can use a couple times a day. That's a bit better than snorting water, but I can't it's not like I have a blocked nose. So much it is my sinuses are inflamed because I'm fighting an infection. And I just haven't been sleeping very well. Like blowing is not gonna fix it. Anyway, I'm also just yeah. Anyway, so I need to get this work done, and I need to be able to context switch better than this. What can I do? So okay, yeah, it doesn't have to be scary. I just have to make this easy for me to do. I just have to go through the motions. So with this thing here, we've got a couple of frames of animation. I would love to do bespoke frames. Maybe we could scale her for the far away shot that we need in Aseprite. At that point, honestly, like I don't even know if it's Morgan's best, if it's best to put her on that task. But there's actually nobody else I can give her right now that would be valuable that way. So I think, though I hate the idea of doing asset-driven design, I think I should just let her do it. I don't think we need this animation anymore. How do I plan what areas are gated off by abilities? Well, at the moment, for chapter 2, I do it this way. You can see the boxes, you can see the red lines. Yellow line. Red line. That's it, for the moment. But there's not that much that's gated right now. It's mostly gated by story more so than abilities. It's just that the abilities are on the story path. So oh, it's Marion's. This is Marion's bedroom. I don't think I have Marion. I just have Marion's room, but where is Marion? Oof, 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 oof. File, save as. Okay, that's fine. Oh, that's annoying. Do you know this character was designed on stream? Like, I want to say in 2018. Yeah, like in this space here, like I would want to design her for the scene. I'd want to give her like a blue outline or something like that. And if I had the scene ready for her, I could drop her into the scene and give her the outline. But because I'm designing her before I'm designing the scene, it's harder. Like I could kind of do like that and then do that and then do that and just go, she'll be standing there. But, you know, if there's anything that's going to change about the scene, like the time of day or anything like that, then it becomes harder. So anyway. You know what? I think the crouch doesn't work. I think she'd just be standing. I guess what I could do is give her like a frame where she's landing. In fact, how have I done Rekka? Rekka has run, jump, land, and then this. And that's perfect. I wonder. Should these characters be one character? Nah, probably not worth the rewrite. This is Unity. Sure, yeah. Why not? It is challenging. This is a sprite. I actually think like there might be something cool. If we take Rekka, we take her idle, her breathing, her everything. Her idle, her breathing. I don't know. I guess AI can do that. I'm going to take all of these and I'm going to put them on Ilya. Hey, Mikamad. Hey, Angrather. A new enemy or companion? Great question. Great question. That is the question. Is it a new enemy or a companion? File, save as. I just saw an opportunity and I'm going to chase it. I think what I want is for Armin to mistake these two characters for one another. So we've got jump start, jump down, land. And then I don't think I need any of these for this. We don't need this. We don't need that. Don't need that. They're almost the same. Cool. And let's see if we can update the silhouette to be a bit better. I love this one way more than this one, and I think most of it is in the waist. She's supposed to be a bit bulkier. That's a bit better. Let's simplify this. There's too many like shades and layers. Also, the distinction between these colors is not strong enough. Maybe I'll just keep it all one color. It's a skill to make something that's easy to animate. All right, I think that'll have to do. I would love to open this out and show more of her hair underneath it. But I don't think that's appropriate. It's too hard to do. Yeah. Maybe that's it. So tough, because as soon as you close that off, she loses all of her shape. But she can't be that shape. It's just not the right. She's not right. That might do. I'm also thinking as I do this about just confidence in design. Like, if something is supposed to be an element that's important to the character, you should be able to emphasize it. You know, the silhouette, the shapes, rather than having lots of small details that crowd each other. You know, you kind of want a couple details that are large and stand out and define the character. So here I'm experimenting with like a sash or something. Just because I think, no, there's a plainness to her garb that I like. But we also were talking about the lasso earlier. Like maybe she has it tied around her waist. Like a belt. She also just like looks less at ease than Armin does. I think that's better. Let's check her versus the old version. Mm. I think I prefer this. But I'm not, excuse me. I'm not. Or this. Yeah, I mean, Armin's waist is so small. Maybe hers should be small too. I almost feel like we could really push this up by a pixel as well. And then maybe try that one more time. I mean, we could split this into two things that go like that. I think it should be lower as well. It's very hard. I don't know why it's so hard to design this today. Hello, Ekuka. Could be an issue with the kneecaps. I think that changed a lot for me. But I also struggle with her design still. Double peg legs. It's not double peg legs. I know a lot of people think that. It doesn't bother me. You could think it. Well, yeah. I know what I want for her. It's just hard to get there. The shape language around which parts? The idea is that she has like a head covering that's like this. I don't know if it's obvious, but she's got like a hood. It's like, that's her head covering. But then it also comes out that way. You know, that's what it's supposed to look like. And then she's got her shoulders, obviously. And then and her hair is underneath all of this. Not that I've done a good job of that. I guess I could lower her shoulders. Yeah, I mean, we could take all of this and make it just the brown. Like simplifying the number of shapes, I think can help. But I think it changes it from like a headscarf into something else when you do that. They're not really shoulder covers. It's just her scarf. Maybe I need to lean into more of it being a scarf. Like this seam. If I make it, like, you can make it narrower or you can make it longer, but you can't keep it where it is. Maybe like that. Round shape next to round shape. I'm not really sure what you mean by round next to round. I'm not sure which shapes you're referring to. You mean this and this? Like these two shapes? too pointy there. It's a bit too villainous. Unless I put the scarf over. Like that. Make the scarf a bit pointier. It's a little bit Prince Ali. And this is one of those areas where, like, I feel like I should accentuate it further. Like, I feel like it should be like, okay, she throws the whole thing and it's like much, much, much bigger. Like, go loud rather than keep it trying to be, what's the word? Too measured. Even her hair, like, I could make these, she's got these kind of like this curly hair. I could make it like, you know, really crazy rather than, let me show you the portrait. That's the portrait right now, at least. Which is not, I'm not in love with it. But I think between the hoop earrings and the hair rings, there's kind of like a lot of repetition there. Maybe I just have to cut in here a bit more. I mean, our boy Armin's not looking great here either by comparison. I feel like I'm getting better and better at this, and every time I get better, I can't look at the old stuff anymore. Like, what is Armin's base idol? Oh, it's not that. It's even that. It's like, I feel like I can do better. Oh, oh, oh. She's too front on right now. I think we need to create more of a gap. Also, maybe a pixel shorter. Or taller, but from here up. Cool if I made these like pants. Oh, thanks for the sub, Gurab on YouTube. Welcome. What's her personality? Stoic. Dutiful. Loyal. Stout of heart. I mean, I can achieve that by tightening the waist a little bit. And then flaring this out if you want that inverted triangle. And then I would bring all of this up. Maybe. This almost now becomes like a wrap rather than a belt. Which could be interesting too. I think we're getting there. I think it's better. Let's compare. She got a lot shorter. But I think her overall silhouette is stronger. I think we can still do better though. I want her to be buff. Or at least, not like a buff, but like, you know, her, like, the spiritual kind of like character that she's supposed to be is like, it would be something like Sheikah. Sorry, not Sheikah, Sheik from Zelda. Yeah, easier to animate is the goal. I really, really hate how I used to make things so hard to animate. I would give like so many extra shades. Look at this. Look at these two. These colors, this here and that there, don't deserve to be both existing in the same sprite. You know, it just, you consume resources for no reason because the eye is not going to pick those details up. Even now, I think she probably deserves to have a bit more color variety, but she's okay. Not every character can be red, blue, and gold. We could do like a... Well, I mean, we could probably create the contrast by just picking a different color, you know what I mean? It's not about necessarily like we can modify the palette without you know, destroying it or adding another color. It's hard for it to not look like a hand. Okay, I like that a lot. I'm happy with that. I would personally like to try making some of these colors brighter. I just think the problem is her skin tone being darker is going to clash with anything we do here to make these brighter. You know, Armin, it's quite easy because he's so light. His skin's so light, his clothes are so dark. There's a lot of contrast there. I think we're pretty much there. But see, like even now, like, what color should her eyes be? Her eyes could be red. So why don't we just do that? No. Nah. I think she's fine as is. Just like that. God, I hate when I do that. Why can't I grab this, I escape, I press A, C, I escape, I paste. There we go. Yeah, I think we got a lot out of this. I think now I still want to see the hair. Maybe we emphasize it a bit more. That's so Pharaoh. Let's not do that. That's so Pharaoh. It's the pyramids I see. They're so mysterious to me. Very hard to do. I think we just ditch it. I don't know, jolly girl. I don't know. You tell me. Am I? She could have green. Actually, you know what? She probably should have green eyes. Thinking about her lineage. Yeah, she'll have green eyes. Let's fix that. Red is not right. The thing is, even like the green eyes here, it's not going to work. She looks zombified. I think I just need them to be dark for now. Because if I go darker, like it's just gonna look... it's not bad. But yeah, you're not gonna really... Why don't we settle for that? Okay. Dude, my nose sounded like those falcons just now. It went. Did you hear that? I got a falcon up my nose. I'm doing too much. All right, better. Oh, that's even better. I think not trying to brighten up the chest lets us create more contrast. Between the face that's the sort of scarf that's facing up and the chest that's underneath it. I do think we could go another pixel taller now. Just not right there. Nah, it was good here. But maybe I'll just... Could do like just a little bit. Sweet. They should look like their personality. Yeah, they should. Pixel art's crazy, right? Like one little pixel here, one pixel there changes the whole thing. Like, look at the difference. She looks stronger here. Much less muddy, I think. And it's not drastically different. It's different for sure, but not like, you know. Dude, I'm on this leather chair and I'm wearing our new merch, which I love. So we got logo in front. Design in the back. But this on the leather, every time I lean forward, it like peels itself. It peels itself off the thing. It's pretty cool, huh? I really like it. I'll put a video out soon announcing the promo. Maybe tomorrow? You want to see a sneak preview? Or do you just want it? Do I just do it now? We got, this is what I'm wearing right now. We got just a normal tee, same sort of concept. Hoodie. Tee with just a logo. And the tee with the capsule art on the front. I don't know if this price is AUD or USD. I need to get the margins right as well. I try to make $10. Oh, it's USD. What is it in AUD? It's not amazing. Yeah, I want them to be affordable, but I also need to. I wonder if I can set per region prices, like round to the nearest dollar or something. I don't like the weird extra stuff tacked on. Let me see what I'm trying to make on this thing. I think I can make it a bit cheaper. It lets you know what the margin is. It's not even $10, man. That's really difficult. Dude, the main t-shirt I'm making $3 on. That can't be right. That's not enough. Surely per sale we have to make. What would you expect me to make? What kind of margin would you say is acceptable? Like if you guys want to support the content, it has to be worth more than a sub. Buy a whole shirt. Right, you'd hope like $10 goes to the artist. I also don't want you guys to have to pay like ridiculous prices either. I mean, like surely there should be a middle ground. It could just be one of those things where, like, you know, I can't expect you know, I just, what's the word? It's like, it's not for everyone kind of thing. Maybe I'll make it so that there are like more affordable ways. I wonder if there is other ways to do it. Like other, maybe not other distributors, but like other, I don't know, kinds of merch. Yeah, maybe. It just sucks because I put, you know, I put a lot of effort into these shirts, into the design. Oh well, still the first run. We'll do more. We'll do more runs in the future. We'll do other things. Oh, that's cool. Little seam. That's nice. Done. I think she's good. One more shot at the old one. Still something not quite right here. That's good there. She looked a little droopy before. Now she looks kind of tough. If we really want, we could give her one more pixel of legs. Just to bring her back up to height. Now she is exactly Armin's height. Bottom left is looking too simple. This part. Well, I want it to be simple. that's the whole point. But I take your point. I think it's fine. I'm pretty close to thinking of them as pants, like billowy kind of pants. Actually might work even better. Let me just try this. It's a little bit, unfortunately, it's a little bit stormtrooper, Nazi officer at the moment, like that. I don't mind it. like in terms of the silhouette, I just don't like the gray. I'd have to switch it out. I think the silhouette's actually better. I'd go further if I could. I don't think it's goofy. I think it's sick. It's kind of shinobi a little bit. All right, taking it to a vote. What are our thoughts? Left or right? L or R? Jesus. That's like unanimous. All right. She is an agile character. She is agile. She's on a mission when you meet her. I think we keep it. Now, can I do... a little bit of that forward sort of lean? Yeah. Yeah. And then can I push... Sometimes I just like to push things one pixel one way or another, just to see what it does to the attitude. I like it. I'm actually fully sold. Hey, Toasted Gears. Well, I like the dress too. You know what? Like, I think I could do this. The thing is, it's the pants on the bottom. It's this brown bit that I eliminated with this that I quite like. Could I maybe... Well, that's kind of cool. It's looking a little bit like metallic though. We could make that red and then make the pants brown. Left or right? I think it's right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, or one last thing. What happens if we do this instead? Thoughts there? Okay, one more. Now? Same? Okay, we've got it then. We're done. That's fun. That's a fun little exercise. Switch them up. Yeah, I just swap them. Okay, now what? Right? Okay. All right. That's cool too, because they're the same height. Perfect. Actually, they're not the same height. I raised this one up 2 pixels. She's short. Well, what I wanted to do was have her carrying a like a lasso. So we could do that here. Like that, maybe? She does have a horse. You want to see it? It'll have to change now. All the colors are different. Yeah, 7 frames. Pretty good, right? Oh, thank you. I've got one with Armin on the back too, I think. Not quite. He's not quite. I thought he looked better. I thought I'd put more time into that part of the animation. I have on Tumblr, I have a tutorial for how I made this in a GIF. Yeah, you want to see... Is this the one? Yeah, this one. I use Aseprite. I think I did it over like a week, maybe less, a few days. Dude, the leg offset trick is so clutch. I do it all the time. Let me show you something I did recently. This walk cycle was using that same principle, but instead of offsetting by 1 frame, you offset by half of the total loop. So you only draw, I do it all the time. Every walk animation I do, I just draw the front thing and then I just offset it by half and then move it to the back. It is a dinosaur. This one's a dinosaur. Walk animations are my speciality. They are where I put all of my genetic animation skill points went into that one, into walk animations. I'm very proud of. I really like. Where is Rekka? Tell me, where is Rekka? I like this run. Not as clean. Armin's run's really good too. Armin sprint. I love this one. I'd love to line everybody up and give them like a race. You know, just like not even a race, but like have them animated, like running, you know, like in that sort of Smash Brothers Melee stance. Smash Bros Melee. This, not this. What am I looking for? Was it Brawl where they're doing it? Or this. But they're all doing their run animations. The editor is called Aseprite. Aseprite. All right. Sick. So I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna updates. All right, and then I'm gonna message. All right. Rekka's portrait. Well, that's certainly not right. That's not the file I'm looking for. Whoa. This was a long time ago. Portraits. This is her portraits now. That's it there. This might get a bit of an update. If I was to draw her from scratch, where did I most recently draw her? Oh, I drew her for some thumbnails. I've got her there. That's not right either. That's not, it wouldn't be the like official design. This one's pretty close to in-game portrait. I think it's just the forehead that I'm not 100% on. It's like how much, how far should her hairline come in? In this poster, her nose is a bit straighter. I like that too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go down the road of no purple, straighter nose, and not so big forehead. We'll figure it out. Oh, the horsewoman, Ilya. Her portrait needs work. It's not bad, but it needs work. Megamind. All right. So what I'll do is for now, I can actually just take Ilya and then I've got all of this. I do this, I do this. I just export that. And now I can use Rekka as the base for Ilya in cutscenes and stuff. There you go, poser gaze. I can't believe that just worked. This is a moment in chapter 3 in the game that I still haven't gotten to. I don't even know if I'm going to have it be. I hope I can put it in the game. I used to post a lot in this Tumblr. Maybe I'll revive it. I could revive it and post everything to from Instagram. To Instagram, sorry. One, just drip feed Instagram, 8-year-old posts from Tumblr. They're still good posts, that's the thing. Alrighty, so let's, we could go back to grey boxing now. The grey boxing. I was feeling so tired and we got through it, chat. We actually survived. Okay, so what we're going to do is go to Retrobox, my editor. We're going to grab all these animations and we're going to go, these need to be turned into they are multiples. Except for idle. Yep, that's all good. And the sizes of them are 160 by 96. So we go close this 160 by 96. That's right. Take all of these four and just drag them straight in, and it'll automatically make animation sheets for me. Cool. So now I can I don't think I need this. I don't know what that is. I don't know what this is either. Cool. All right. So. Oh, you're drawing her. Oh, you sent something to me, didn't you? I don't know if I got to see that. That's cool. Oh, I see. The scarf like wider. Arms folded is pretty good. I think I also need to make sure that I'm doing that too. Like, maybe she should have her arms folded like all the time. Like, I think the characters currently don't have, a lot of them just stand in T poses. Yeah, it's an oversight of mine. I should be thinking more about it. You lose the waste altogether. Unfortunately. She looks buff as hell though. Sup, Kenji? Pick a platform. We could give her like alternate stances. Do I like curry? I actually do, yeah. Thai curry though. I don't really go for Indian curry. Thai curry and Japanese curry. I really like Thai and Japanese. Wait, rice? You haven't eaten rice? Just rice? Not like curried rice, just the last time you ate rice was 10 years ago? What part of the world are you from? Yeah, it's like a basic carb. It's like one of the most normal, banal foods that could ever exist. I mean, you can add some salt on rice and maybe a little bit of butter and it tastes pretty good. You can have rice with yogurt, it tastes really good. You could put some. I wouldn't put honey on rice. You could put honey on yogurt. As a kid, I used to literally take rice that had been like leftover rice from the previous day that had been cooked and just eat it out of the fridge. I just grab a little ball of like a little like clump of refrigerated rice and eat it. We were the worst as kids. I feel like my mum would never have been able to rely on anything that was in the fridge for leftovers remaining till the next night in like a usable state. Okay, so back to this scene. We can do this scene now with Ilya using Rekka's animations. Now, unfortunately, I set this up in an annoying way that doesn't have the timeline. In fact, there might not even be a timeline for this scene. But it's 6 p.m. I had sushi for lunch today. I'm big on sushi. Sushi in Australia is like one of the cheapest, easiest foods to eat. Also, a Vietnamese restaurant, like shop just opened near me, and they do really good barbecue chicken banh mi. It's great to have a new option for lunch. I'm not really into banh mi typically, but their bread is really good, and they can do it without coriander. I can't stand coriander. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm not big on the like traditional banh mi. I just don't know why. I don't like all the random stuff, but I like their barbecue chicken one. Coriander. He let off a terrible taste and smell. All right. Crumbed and fried chicken. Inject it with some broth. That's interesting. Okay. We're going to go. Thank you, pals. This was a pretty productive stream, actually. I enjoyed it. I would love a little bit of your support on Steam. If you don't yet, not Steamworks, Insignia on Steam. If you don't yet have the game wishlisted, it would be very helpful for me if you did wishlist Insignia on Steam. We also have a demo that you can play right now. That'd be super helpful. I got a couple of YouTube videos that have come out in the last week or so. If you haven't checked those out, you can check them out on youtube.com/AdamCEunice. New stuff, hot off the press. Another video coming this week. And yeah, thanks everyone. I'll see you soon. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.